Ina mana, ina reo, ina raurangatira mā, tina koutou katoa. Ko Rachel Rees toku ingoa, o te Kuramatua whakatua. No mai haere mai, welcome to our meeting today. This is the meeting of Nelson City Council, and I welcome everyone who is here, the elected members of staff and the members of the public who are attending today's meeting. So welcome to you all, and thank you for joining our meeting. As Mayor of the City, I will commence today's meeting and request that we all stand for karakia, and the karakia will be displayed on the screen. Tuia kia roro, tuia kia raro, tuia kia roto, tuia kia wamaru, tuia te here tata, ka ronga te pau, ka ronga te ao, huie, huie, tae kie. Thank you. Today's karakia is about coming together, and this is an appropriate karakia for today as we come together for a busy council meeting. Since the agenda was issued, I do have some public forum requests, and I'll come to those in a moment. I don't have any apologies. Do I need to know about anyone who needs to leave at any particular times? No, all right, that's fine, thank you. Confirmation of order of business. Now, the order of business is going to be different to what is set out in the agenda. There's been a couple of changes since we issued the agenda. So we will go to public forum, and I understand that I have 3 people wishing to speak in public forum, and I'll go through those names in a moment. Code of conduct will be the next item on the agenda. I understand we're going to be joined. We've got Mr. Bruce Robertson, who is here to speak to his report, and we also have Mr. Jonathan Salter, who is available as Council's solicitor. So he's available, I understand, on Zoom until 10 o'clock. Is that correct? Right, he's available till 10. So in terms of the matters, we will deal with, next up we did have the Regional Development, Nelson Regional Development Agency Statement of Intent, but we're going to take that item through to next Tuesday. There's a sequencing of information that I think will be really helpful for councillors in relation to Project Kokiri, and so I've got the agreement of the Regional Development Agency to move that to Tuesday. So we'll adjourn the meeting today, and that'll come to Tuesday. I will then go to the, I will leave the, then I'm going to go to confidential and deal with the substantive matter in the confidential item in relation to Kāinga Ora housing developments. We're going to do that one next, and then we'll come back and run with the flow of the meeting from there on. Is everyone happy with that? Makes sense? All right, thank you. Interest today, if you have any interests in relation to any of the matters, please disclose those. Councillor Skinner and I will not be voting on the Code of Conduct matter in accordance with the provisions of the Code. Public forum today, I have 3 people that have requested to speak. The first is Faye Wolf, who wishes to speak to the Code of Conduct matter, and I'll invite Faye to join the meeting. Morena, Faye, just come forward and then just press the microphone. When the light comes on, it's ready to go.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and everybody else. Before I start, I need to explain to you, I have a voice problem at the moment, and if you can't understand me, please say so. It hasn't been an easy thing the last couple of months, but it is starting to get slightly better. Okay. First of all, I explained to you, I'm here this morning to support Councillor Tim Skinner. I have known Tim for many years and have been impressed with his diligence and care for his role as a city councillor and his care for the community he lives in. He has provided extra support to myself in my role in the past year when I have been unwell. So today I'm here to support him. Tim and myself have discussed what happened the morning of the demonstration. I would say Tim knows he was unwise in his actions, but he was simply trying to do his job. And unlike many people, I was actually there that morning. I have huge concerns that ordinary health and safety measures were ignored by Extinction Rebellion, and it, hang on, Mark, I might have got one. No, I haven't. I'm not going to talk for long because this isn't good. I have concerns that ordinary health and safety measures were ignored by Extinction Rebellion, and it could have been anyone who tried to access the door and been caught out. The door, as well as being providing access, is quite obviously an emergency exit, and if somebody had been trying to come from the other side, the same thing would have happened. It was not possible to see that the person who was chained to the door, as the chain was deliberately hidden. This was dangerous for many reasons. And to go on, I have been saddened by the way this has been played out in the media and social media, and I have heard many stories which are not accurate. I would therefore urge you to look at planning for the future and how to manage the health and safety of all should another event like this happen. I have read the report and think it is a correct assumption of what happened that day, and the main recommendation I've talked to Tim about, and it seems to me like a good way forward. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Faye. Thank you, Faye. Thank you for coming in to present your public forum this morning.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any need for questions of clarification. That was very clear. Thank you very much. The next public forum is from Mr. Neville Mail, and I'll invite Neville to join the meeting. Welcome, Neville.
Good morning, all. First of all, may I thank you, Mayor Rees, for the opportunity to speak here today. It's a fairly onerous task for me because I'm here representing just about all of the ratepayers citizens groups in Nelson, including the Ratepayers Association, the Tahuna Businessmen's Association, and this just recently formed policy group, the Nelson Citizens Alliance. So I'm speaking on behalf of a significant number of ratepayers at this morning's meeting. Councillors should be aware that when I sought the Mayor's approval to speak here today, I intended to raise a wide range of matters associated with what ended up as the protest and Tim Skinner's involvement in that. I had a long talk with Mayor Rees about how far it would be appropriate to go in raising those issues, and it was decided that this forum today probably wasn't the right forum to be raising some of the issues, including a lot of the background that still remains, should I say, publicly hidden away about things that went on well before the protest actually took place. So I conceded in discussion with Mayor Rees that this was not the right forum for it, reluctantly somewhat, I might add. But Mayor Rees did assure me that there would be another opportunity where some of the issues that should really be in the public domain could be discussed and brought to the fore. Some of the issues I had intended to raise, and just to give you a couple of examples, were, for example, how well did the Nelson City Council manage the protest by Extinction Rebellion? How well and were the staff well prepared for that? Was the council, on reflection, happy that there was enough done by staff to ensure that there was minimal disruption, in particular around getting in and out of the building? Another question that's been asked of me is, how long did it take for the police to be advised of the issue? And how long were they given to clear the entrance of the building? These are some of the issues that I've said should be considered, among others, at another forum, and I'm happy to be available when that opportunity presents itself. Effectively, those things are, and I accept it, Mayor Rees, are outside today's brief. So my purpose today is very clear cut. I'm here on behalf of all of those groups and many, many other ratepayers to talk about the value of Councillor Tim Skinner. I look around this table and today all of you councillors have got the responsibility to make a very, very serious decision. Now, if you don't know it already, Tim Skinner is one of Nelson's most popular councillors. He's well supported right across the community at all age levels, at all age groups. So what you decide today is hugely important, and all Nelson is looking at this room right now to make sure that the right decision is made. So how well regarded is he? Well, he's very well regarded. He's a councillor, rolls his sleeves up, gets stuck in, prepared to stand outside the group, express a view, and on many occasions has been at this table, as we all know, a lone voice on issues. But he's had the courage to do that. Isn't that what we want in councillors? We want councillors that can stand on their own 2 feet, have courage. Tim Skinner is a councillor who always does his best for ratepayers. He goes that extra mile, he puts the time and energy in it, gives 100% of his time and energy. He's a family man. Great to see members of the family here, Tim. You, in fact, represent the family voice at this table. Tim Skinner, if you don't know him, is a very humble man. He doesn't live on ego. He lives on his natural ability to relate to people, to listen to what they've got to say, and hopefully, in most instances, support them, especially when hard decisions have to be made here. He is a councillor of huge value to Nelson. In fact, we need more councillors like him. But all that said, all of us that sit here today know that on occasions we overstep the mark and we do things that are unintended. And it usually happens to people that are very busy and have got so much going on in their lives. And something happens and you step back from it and say, probably regret doing that. Unintended, no malice, but it happened. This is what happened to Tim Skinner when he was confronted at the front door by a protester from Extinction Rebellion. A protest group that now has an international reputation of being militant, of without any second thought destroying property and using those techniques to try and get public support. Well, they're dreaming. And in this city, if Extinction Rebellion think they're going to make progress in Nelson, they better rethink it, because it's not going to happen. So thinking about the incident that occurred at the door of the council building, that was totally out of character. That's not the Tim Skinner we know. However, you can see that, just look here today, look at the support group for him. He is well respected, well supported. So councillors, it's now up to you. We want you to make the right decision with regard to Tim. We don't want personality politics to impinge on your decision-making today. We need Tim Skinner to remain a councillor in his current role. You make sure we keep him. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, I'm not taking questions of clarification because I think everything was, no, I know you're over time, Neville, because I've got a solicitor who
Any
can only.
questions? More than happy, Mayor.
I'm not happy, you're over time, Neville. I've got a solicitor who can only be available till 10, and that is a priority that the councillors get legal advice. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Kennedy is the next public forum speaker. So it's Tom Harrison, apologies, Tom Harrison. Mr. Harrison, welcome. Do you wish to speak in public forum? Yes. All right, thank you. I'm going to make it very brief today because I do have a solicitor who needs to be here for the meeting, and he's only available till 10 a.m. So just when you're ready, and I'm conscious that Mr. Harrison is not in the best of health at the moment, but he's able to speak with us. So just press the button when you're ready.
Yes. Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak at such short notice. Before I say what I intend to say, I'd just like to say that I've just had a major operation. I'm recovering, so my voice, I should really be in bed, but I'm here today because of a matter under the Code of Conduct. It states quite clearly the principle of natural justice and fairness. There's two issues that I'm going to just speak as I can. If I fail, I might have to go. And that's why I got out of bed to come here this morning. This is so important. Firstly, there's two issues. The right to protest and Extinction Rebellion, they had every right to protest. And I would probably be with them in some of their protests, but there is also a right that the public have. And any protest that exceeds those bounds, interfering with the public's right, has gone too far. And this is what happened in this case. The right to freedom of access down public highways goes way back to medieval times. It is international law and New Zealand law that nobody can impede the right of a person to travel on the public highway, footpath, or impede them going into any building. That is natural justice, and that is the principle of democracy, one of the principles of free speech. Extinction Rebellion didn't abide by that law when they blocked the entrance to anybody coming into this building. They exceeded it, and by chaining herself to the door, that went too far. Absolutely. If there had been a fire in this building, how was anybody to get out, not knowing that she was chained to that door? The police is quite interesting. As I've just said, it is against our laws to stop people going about their daily business when you protest. I don't know why the police didn't move these people on. Maybe they needed a formal request, but they did carry out an official investigation into the actions of Councillor Skinner. The result of that investigation came out very clearly. It stated, and I quote from the report, that Councillor Skinner did not charge, did not assault, nor did he shoulder charge the lady who laid the complaint. She laid the complaint. That should have been the end of the matter. Yeah. It is quite clear. If the police found Councillor Skinner not guilty of any of those charges that Extinction Rebellion laid against him, then that should have been the end of the matter. I won't go any further about that. Right. Now let's look at it like this. Under the Code of Conduct, it has to be carried out under the principle of natural justice and fairness. And the police have said that Councillor Skinner was innocent of the charges laid against him. They did issue him, I must say, with a formal warning, which I would have done as well if I'd have been in the police. So there we are. Now, I'll finish now because I'm starting to fade. But let me say quite clearly that Extinction Rebellion succeeded in getting publicity. Councillor Skinner has already apologised to that organisation twice. They refused his apology because they insisted that under the apology, certain conditions that they wanted should have been in the apology. So he has, under the Code of Conduct, which I know all about, that should have been the end of the matter. I know the Code of Conduct came out with Bruce, Mr. Robertson, the private investigator, and he quoted print 5.1. And it's demanding that you councillors, that he gives another apology. He's done that twice and not accepted. And that should be the end of the matter. So I do not think he should make any more apologies, and I do not think your council should make any more policies. And may I just add one thing, that when Councillor Skinner was put in this position, I was very, very disgusted that you councillors didn't get behind him and support him. Now, I'm quite angry at what has happened, but I thank you, councillors, and I hope that you will take note of what I said and give Councillor Skinner a fair go. No apologies, please. And if I was you, Councillor Skinner, I certainly would not issue another apology. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you again for letting me speak. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
By the way, I don't know any of you by name. I've just listened to what you said, and I won't go any deeper into that.
Thank you very much.
you very
I'm not going to be taking questions of clarification because I think that was clear.
Madam Mayor,
I'm now going to
I do have to ask a question, Madam Mayor, about information that is correct or not correct being presented in public forum. I believe there were a couple of statements that were
Yes,
just made.
Councillor, I'm standing up, so I'd like you to be quiet. I'm going to focus on the matter in front of us today, and that's what we're doing. We're on a time-bound matter in relation to legal advice, and we're going to move on. I'm now going to vacate the chair's seat, and the Deputy Mayor will now assume the chair. There's not as much room here. Sorry, councillors and everyone, if you just don't mind giving me a second to rearrange everything. Okay, thank you, everybody. We are now turning to page 8 on our agenda, which is the Code of Conduct Independent Investigation Report. And I will start with handing over to the author of the report, CE Pat Doherty. Thank you.
Councillor Edgar, just before we do that, normally when someone has a conflict, and I think we've identified that the Mayor and Councillor Skinner have conflicts, they do not stay at the table, they do not stay in the room.
Okay, so we are going to, firstly, Jonathan Salter from, Simpson Grierson. And he is going to provide legal advice on all of those matters. So the conflict is not on this aspect. So that will be covered in just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, we've had a lot of questions about who can take part in the meeting and who cannot take part in the meeting. And it is very clear that two people that cannot take part in the discussion and the debate and the voting is the complainant and the subject of the complaint, and they will be leaving the meeting in due course. But first, the issue of who can take part in this issue. The questions have been raised about has anyone expressed demonstrated a conflict of interest. So we have referred that to Jonathan Salter from Simpson Grierson, who would be one of New Zealand's leading experts in the Local Government Act, and he is about to join the meeting by Zoom to provide some commentary on who can take part and who cannot take part.
Jonathan, can you hear me? It's Deputy Mayor Judine Edgar.
Yes, Madam Chair, I can.
Thank you very much. Welcome to today's full council meeting, and thank you for your time. I know you are on a time constraint, so I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good morning, everybody. Code of conduct complaint situations are always quite fraught, and I have just been watching the public forum, and I can see how that is the case with this situation as well. The question about the process aspects of the hearing that you're in now, obviously, I think everybody acknowledges that the principles in 12.1 of the code apply, which means the concepts of natural justice and fairness are relevant. I have seen the independent investigators report, and it looks very much apparent from that those requirements have been followed to date. So the key issue now is that the report is before the council, is that those requirements of natural justice continue to apply. And the question becomes, well, what is the standard that applies in this context? What you have before you is the independent investigators report prepared in accordance with the code, and the decision to be made is to consider that report and to decide what, if any, penalty should flow. The principles require impartiality, and the courts, the New Zealand High Court and the British courts generally, always consider the issue of natural justice, impartiality, bias in the particular circumstances of the case, the particular circumstances of the forum that it's in, the context of it, and also the particular circumstances as they've presented themselves. The more criminal-like or judicial the situation, the higher the standard, the more policy-oriented or political-oriented, the less high is the standard. And in our New Zealand courts, it's been considered in two cases. One was a Wellington City Councillor, Councillor Goulden, took a case to the High Court relating to a code of conduct complaint back in 2006. And much more recently, Councillor Van der Wies in Dunedin brought a case to the High Court there just last year. And so we have case law on the actual application of the requirements of natural justice and impartiality to specifically code of conduct cases. And what the courts have kind of determined is that a code of conduct is not like a criminal investigation. It isn't by nature an internal regulatory manual. The courts have said as much. And because what it is, of course, is the council's standard that it's set for its members in terms of their appropriate levels of behaviour between themselves, with the public, and with staff. So it's more of a behavioural manual, and the council's decisions on breaches of a code and any sanctions that might be a result are quite political in nature. Now, I think what we've seen today kind of evidences the fact that this is happening in a political context, and that has to be taken into account. So what the courts have determined is that the there are basically two requirements that councillors have to ask themselves about to be able to continue to take part in deliberation on the report. The first one is, do they have a personal interest in the matter? And in the present case, clearly the Mayor and Councillor Skinner have a personal interest. The Mayor is the complainant, and Councillor Skinner obviously is the subject of the complaint. So it's well established that they should not take part in deliberation. Now, that doesn't mean to say that they shouldn't still be in the meeting. They should, because amongst other things, fairness requires that now that the report is on the table, the Mayor has an opportunity to speak to it if she wishes, but also more particularly that Councillor Skinner has an opportunity to be heard on the report. Now, once that has happened and once you move into the deliberation phase, then yes, definitely the Mayor and Councillor Skinner should both leave the meeting. So that perhaps answers the point that was being raised just before. So that's the first issue, and as far as it's fairly obviously, only those two members of the council have that direct personal interest. The second requirement is that you need to be in this meeting at the deliberative phase with an open mind. Now, that's a particular requirement. You should be familiar with it from your obligations as councillors in respect of consultation generally. But what it means is not that you don't have any predisposition, not that you haven't thought about the issue, maybe even expressed some views about it, but you're allowed to have a predisposition. What you are not allowed to have done is actually predetermined the outcome. So by your behaviour or your position, already reached a view on what the answer to the question before you today is. And the question before you today relates mostly to penalty. So that's the nature of an open mind. And in effect, the legal description of that is actual predetermination. What you can't have and continue to participate in today's meeting as an actual predetermination of the result of the case. In other words, it can't in your mind be a fait accompli. You've got to remain open to considering what is contained in the report and also what may be said if they speak up by either the Mayor or Councillor Skinner. In other words, open to being persuaded that whatever your predisposition is, you are open to changing it once you've heard what is said and what is discussed at the meeting. Another aspect of this is that it means that you need to be confident that you can decide what's before you today on the evidence before you today, which is contained in Bruce Robertson's report. That is those are the facts that you have to make a determination on in terms of the consequences. If you come to the meeting thinking that you want to use this as an opportunity to settle old scores or to deal with other behaviours that are not the subject of the complaint, then if that indicates that there is a predetermination, that you don't have an open mind to the issue before you, and that would be unfair and in breach of the principles. So to round that off, I think, and I know there has been some degree of communication and discussion, obviously statements made about this matter, and that is to be expected. I think as each of you think about what you've said and done and how you are today as you sit in this meeting, you've got to seriously ask yourselves, are you open to listening to what's being said, and are you ready to make a decision on what's before you today, and you haven't already made a decision about what the outcome should be? That is the question for each of you. Yeah, and if you don't feel that you can, in all honesty, deliberate on that matter in that context, then you should too at the relevant time disqualify yourself from the meeting. Madam Chair, that's probably all I would say by way of general comments.
Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. I will now go to councillors for questions. I have Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Laurie. Councillors, sorry, I just will note if anyone raises any specific members or specific issues of members, then I may need to go into confidential. So if your question can be more general, that's great. But if it needs to be specific, then you need to let me know. And unfortunately, we'll have to go into committee, which will mean clearing the public forum for that aspect. So Councillor Laurie.
Excuse me. Sorry, Councillor Edgar.
Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Courtney. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, is this questions on the report?
This is questions to Jonathan.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Salter, for your advice this morning. It's very valuable and appreciated by us all. I have some initial questions around Mr. Skinner's, Councillor Skinner's role here at Council. Who is his employer?
The elected member relationship isn't an employment relationship, so he doesn't have an employer in the context of council. He is a member of the governing body, so it's not an employment situation.
Thank you for that, and if I can, one or two more. Is his role an independent contractor?
No, it's not that either. It's a statutory position, and as a member of the as an elected member of the governing body, the Nelson City Council, he is primarily accountable through the election process. That's his primary accountability to how he gets to be on the council. He is, of course, accountable to the law, which in this context is the Local Government Act and the obligation to comply with the code, and the role that the Code of Conduct has in regulating elected members' behaviour. But beyond that, I don't know quite where this is going.
Well, it's giving us clarity, and I appreciate it. It's giving me clarity anyway. Thank you so much for that. And my third question is around fairness and natural justice and impartiality too, I think. Are we really the people? Because I do think we're independent contractors, but we'll let that go because mere mortal Mal might not be correct there. So we'll let that lie. Are we really, Mr. Salter, the right people to be sitting in judgment on a fellow councillor in this way? We've been exposed to a great deal of media coverage that we've had to absorb, each and every one of us. No matter how hard we try to be impartial, I just wonder whether it's not only unfair to Councillor Skinner, but it's putting a fair onus on us as well. So I'm wondering and suggesting that would you consider it would be better that we establish a adjudicative body to sit in judgment of Tim Skinner rather than ask us as councillors to sit on judgment on our own colleague.
Well, but certainly legally, the council, you as elected members of the council, have a statutory basis to as you've put it, stand in judgment of Councillor Skinner, because the Code of Conduct is a statutory requirement. The point of the Code of Conduct is to sort of describe the standards of behaviour that you expect of each other, and to provide a mechanism by which you try to enforce those standards of behaviour. Now, the fact that a Code of Conduct complaint is made doesn't obviously necessarily mean that the code has been breached, but a question has been raised, and the council is the body to answer the question. Now, the way that in terms of independence and fairness, I think the independent investigator process is exactly the way that that's been manifested. So the actual investigation of the circumstances and providing a report on them has been done independently, but it's come back to the council as the body which is ultimately politically accountable to work out what the consequence of the investigation should be. So to that extent, if the policing of your own code was completely contracted out, then there'll be an element where you wouldn't be taking responsibility for your own behaviours. So it could be done. Your code doesn't currently provide for it, but I do think politically and in terms of overall accountability, it is appropriate that the buck stops with you as the council.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Salter. You talked a fair bit about natural justice. I'm just wondering, when it comes to natural justice, how much weight should we give to popularity? Should we consider the fact that lots of people in the public gallery really like Councillor Skinner when we make our decision?
Well, I'm inclined to say not really, but I mean, it is a relevant consideration that people have come to support the councillor, that they're acknowledging that they think he's doing a good job. That's relevant. It's almost like a sort of a character witness. So I think it's something that you consider. You take it into account. It doesn't determine the answer, but you take it into account. I don't think that it's necessarily irrelevant.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, how much weight should we give to our own feelings about Councillor Skinner? Whether we really like Councillor Skinner, how much should that weigh on our decision?
Well, that's a tricky one because what the case law is telling us is these things are inherently political, so they're not strictly rational. But they do have to be based on what's before you today, and I mean to some extent you will have feelings about the person, you will have some knowledge of the person. Again, that you can't completely dismiss those, but on the facts, on the actual allegations of what has happened and what the significance of it is and what the context of it is and what the subsequent actions have been, that's primarily what you focus on.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions, if it's okay. Should we consider precedents when we make this decision? Should we consider what has happened at council when other similar matters have emerged?
I think sort of a degree of consistency in your approach to situations, so treating like situations alike, that's an element of fairness. Again, counter that against the fact that you are dealing with the situation as the current council dealing with a situation that is currently before you. So I don't think it's a major consideration, but certainly if the outcome was radically different from a very similar situation in the past, then that would be of interest anyway.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question. How seriously should we take police warning? A formal police warning.
I think you take it only as seriously as it's addressed in the investigator's report. I don't think it's a separate relevant thing. It's just how is it dealt with in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, it's probably just developing a theme. Thanks, through Madam Chair. I'm just wondering more, we're dealing with the sanctions, and so I'm just wondering, do we need to turn our mind to the purpose of any sanction that's been considered? And I suppose, what are any principles that we should apply?
Well, the code's pretty clear about sort of proportionality. So I think it is a relevant consideration to think, is the whatever sanction that you're going to consider proportionate to the overall context, which is not just what happened on the 11th of March. It is the process that the investigation has taken, and any other matters that are relevant to that investigation, such as actions by Councillor Skinner to, I guess, mitigate the situation if that's happened. So I think that's it.
So you don't have a view or an opinion about the purpose of whatever sanction it is, because I'm just thinking about I've got a code of conduct. There's some sanctions there. Do we have to actually turn our mind to the purpose of those sanctions?
Well, yes. I mean, whatever the sanctions are, one assumes that they're rational in the context. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what more I can say to that.
Okay.
Councillor Fulton.
Oh, yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I just had a couple of questions in terms of keeping an open mind. Having heard the public forum this morning, it's a little bit hard to hear some of the words spoken. And there was a suggestion that, so one of our sanctions potentially is an apology. There was a suggestion that no apology should be made. So how do we weigh up whether, if it is proposed that an apology be given, the genuineness of that apology when his supporters do not want him to give an apology?
I don't think the views of supporters should be attributed to Councillor Skinner. Okay. So I think that's Councillor Skinner acting on his own behalf.
Okay, and so my subsequent question is in terms of this process, what would be the consequence if Councillor Skinner decided to not issue an apology? Just to be clear, it says here to his fellow elected members as well as to the protester. So I'm just curious, what would be the consequence if there was no apology made? Would there be another code of conduct, or how would that process occur?
I think if the council today determines that an apology does need to be made, so it's actually a decision of the council in completion of the code of conduct investigation and process, and then if Councillor Skinner did not give that, then there would be, I guess, a further issue of a breach of the code. But in many respects, that wouldn't necessarily have to be pursued. It could just effectively lie on the table as an uncompleted process and be seen in the wider context as a political situation. It won't, okay. For example, I mean, it doesn't constitute a breach of the law. It's not something that would be able to be prosecuted as an offence under the Act. It continues to be an internal matter for the council.
Okay, thank you. Last question in that regard, in terms of, and I couldn't find it in the report, maybe it's there and I missed it. Is there a definition of what an apology means? And in my mind, it includes showing accountability. So how do we ensure that an apology incorporates accountability into it?
There is no definition in the code of an apology. I think it will just have its common meaning as to what an apology is. I guess you could try to prescribe what the apology was, but that would rather detract from its sort of heartfeltness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, so are there any other councillors who have questions for Jonathan before he leaves us? We've got 2 more minutes of his time available. Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much for making yourself available to join us this morning. It is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I am going to ask councillors, once we get to any debate, to actually state whether you feel that you are making able to be open-minded today. I think that is important. And we are next going to go to statements from the Mayor and Councillor Skinner. There are no questions to those statements. And then anyone who has a personal interest or feels are unable to consider today's report with an open mind will be asked to leave, as we're aware that will be the Mayor and Councillor Skinner and anyone else who feels they're not open-minded. Councillor Laurie, you had a question.
Thanks. Yeah, are we going to be able to ask questions about the report?
Yes,
Yep.
that happens once we get to the report.
Okay.
Yep.
Great, thanks.
Yes, Councillor Bowater.
Just to clarify, listening to what we've heard, etc., etc., if you feel that you cannot have an open mind, you are the only person that can excuse yourself because of that. Nobody else in the room can actually challenge or question that. You are the only one that can excuse yourself because of lack of open mind, if you feel you have one.
That would be a good question for Jonathan Salt.
I thought there was 2 minutes and I thought, do I, don't I? But then I think there's been enough discussion around it.
There is no provision for the chair to say, I don't think you have an open mind, you must leave. It's a judgment call by each individual councillor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. We're going to go to statements, firstly from the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council, I'm just going to start by addressing the code of conduct process and initiating a code of conduct complaint. For some of you and some members of the public, there may be a view that that was unnecessary. For others of you, you felt you wanted to go directly to a penalty for Councillor Skinner. Some of you approached me to say he should be removed immediately, and some of you felt that you had the ability to step into that role and take that role. My view, and I stand by my judgment, that the right thing to do was to initiate the code of conduct process because there was a question that needed to be answered. Was Councillor Skinner's conduct consistent with the code? I don't initiate code of conduct processes lightly. I understand fully the pressure that they place on the individual, and the pressure in this instance is immense because it has been very public and it has been a very difficult process to endure. And I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that to Councillor Skinner, to all of you, because by extension it impacts the council, and I want to acknowledge it to the staff of this council as well. It is not an easy process to go through a code of conduct, and particularly in the circumstances where it is known in the public that it is happening and there is considerable public commentary. But I do believe it was the fair process. I do not believe it would have been the fair process to come in here off the back of a notice of motion or any other mechanism to deal with that matter. That would not have been consistent with the principle of natural justice. In relation to the report that we have from Mr. Robertson today, there has been some criticism of whether a code of conduct process can be conducted fairly in the circumstances. I have read Mr. Robertson's report, and I believe it is a very fair report. It has covered the matters that it needed to cover. It has given you very clear advice. I will acknowledge that to the best of my knowledge through this process, both myself and Councillor Skinner have cooperated with the Code of Conduct investigation. And there's nothing that I can see as I get to this point that would make me think that a fair process had not been undertaken and there had been, I'm confident there has been appropriate cooperation with that process. I just want to now come to the question of proportionality that was discussed by Mr. Salter. And I think the Code of Conduct report has rightly found that there has been a breach of the code, and I agree with that outcome. I think that is correct. When I look at the proportionality of the penalty for breaching the code, there's one very important part that sits in there, and that is around the matter of an apology. And in my view, an apology is warranted. An apology to the elected members, an apology to the individual who was impacted by this matter. And I do believe that is correct. So I support what is proposed. I also think that there needs to be an accountability of stepping down for a period from this role. But what I would say to you,
excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to call a point of order. I would really like it if the public gallery could remain silent when people are speaking at this table. So the values of this room is we are silent when other people are speaking.
Okay, so it's not quite a point of order, but I do totally agree with Councillor Fulton. And this is a very important meeting, and we actually all deserve the right to be heard, to be listened to, and to be respected. And so I would ask the public forum to please extend that courtesy to everyone in that room, in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll continue. So I support the recommendations in relation to the penalty for the breach of the code. And considering that, and I did consider that, I considered my knowledge of Councillor Skinner in his role. And I want to say to you as Mayor, one thing that I have been able to rely on is that Councillor Skinner has been upfront, honest, has never put me in a position of being a surprise. He is clear. We don't agree on all matters. It is true, we do not, and I don't expect that. I don't want to sit at a council table where there is groupthink. I appreciate the diversity of views, but what I do ask is for the elected members, and particularly the chairs, to treat me in my role with respect by making sure that they support me in the work that I do. And I have to say, to date, that has been absolutely the role that Councillor Skinner has played. And so for me, the action was very, very inconsistent with my expectations of Councillor Skinner. It is not something that I would have expected to have happened. I don't believe that there was any intention to disrespect me on the day when he came in here, because that is not the behaviour that I have seen before from him. So I don't feel personally that was addressed to me as a matter of disrespect. The other matter that I take into account when I think about the proportionality and what we're addressing today is actually how Councillor Skinner conducts himself in his role. And one of the most important parts of being in a chair's role is your relationship with the staff of this organisation. It's with the community, but it's also with the staff of this organisation. And I have considered how Councillor Skinner conducts himself in his role as a councillor, and I have found that he is respectful of staff. He works alongside staff. I have not had any issues come to me from staff in relation to how Councillor Skinner conducts his role as a councillor or as a chair. And I do believe that Councillor Skinner holds the trust and confidence of the Chief Executive in conducting his role as a chair. But there needs to be a consequence for the actions of that day. And I think they have been fairly set out in the report, and I support the recommendations of the report. I would just say to you in closing, councillors, this is very difficult for you, and I've listened to your questions to Jonathan Salter. And he's said to you, today is not the day you bring your baggage to the table. Today is not the day you bring the grievances that you may have or your views about whether you think you could do a better job than Councillor Skinner. Today, your issue is very clear today. It's to deal with the facts, to deal with the decision. It's within the constraints of the matter of that day, and whether you think this is a proportionate penalty if you agree with the report. For some of you, you may not agree with that there has been a breach of the code. I think that it's fairly set out, and so I'm just going to close and say to you and really encourage you to stay and deal with the matter that is in front of you today, and not decide that this is going to be the day that you pursue other matters at this table, because in my mind, that would definitely not be consistent with what I expect of you as elected members, nor what the community expects of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I will now go to Councillor Tim Skinner. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow councillors, Madam Mayor, staff and Chief Executive. I'm very humbled today for all the support I see here for me in leading up to today, and also thank my family and friends for their support. I thank my wife for being here today and my son Ethan here. As you can imagine, on that day when I explained what happened that particular morning, she gave me a stern telling off. Yet has been a continual support. An action I take ownership of and wished no harm or embarrassment for any individual. I've continually reflected on how a moment's rushed single-mindedness of mine can have a long-lasting domino effect. It's been a period of bearing continual media character assassination, front page after front page after front page news. And then with the instant follow-on, a huge amount of judgment on social media. Week after week, with little opportunity to respond without creating further angst for myself or my family. And there's been obviously a requirement for me to remain silent through two processes of natural justice to be undertaken. First, the police complaint process, then followed by this internal council code of conduct process, both of which have been extremely public and drawn out, but I have respected. During these 3.5 months, just when I thought natural justice would have taken place and I could find some peace, there'd be another newspaper or community media opinion piece or article of condemnation of me. It has been a very emotionally challenging 3.5 months for my family and I since the incident on 11th of March. It has taken a huge mental toll on me, for my wife and my 4 children. In fact, emotionally, this has been the toughest period of my life that I've ever experienced. It is an experience I would not wish on anyone else to have to go through or endure. As much as I might deserve this scrutiny and public humiliation, it has been upsetting for me to see good people, whether they are supporting me or sympathising with the Extinction Rebellion group, it's been upsetting to see them have to endure some of that online harassment. I apologised to Anne Smith as soon as I realised she had been chained to the door, and again in an earlier newspaper article, and again when I reached out to her via her friend Yasmin to see if I could arrange to personally apologise without causing her any unnecessary angst. I hope Anne Smith is well and have never wished her any humiliation or harm. It has made me reflect and reassess my approach to everyday situations and interactions, big or small, that we share this community and intertwined city with. I've read the Bruce Robertson report and I respect his judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. Okay, I will now ask for the Mayor and Councillor Skinner and any elected member who feels that they cannot meet the requirements of having an open mind to today's matter to now leave. Thank you. I'll just give a moment for that. Right, thank you very much. I will now invite Bruce Robertson to join us. Pat, if you'd like to introduce Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We engaged Bruce as the independent investigator because of his association with local government for a very long time. I think when I first met Bruce, he was Deputy CE for local government in the Office of the Auditor General, and has since gone into private practice. So we picked him because he is well respected in the industry for his independent thinking, and is used to assessing council information and providing impartial advice. So I'll hand over to Bruce, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Pat, and appreciate the considered time, Judine, that you're taking over this matter. I would want to endorse the Mayor's comments that from both the Mayor in particular and also Councillor Skinner, I've received their full cooperation. I do not sense that information has been held back from me. So importantly, as your investigator, I believe I have been able to find and had all information I've needed provided to me. So, Judine, I thought it would be useful for councillors, I appreciate we had a reasonable time this morning, if I gave you some, outline of my thinking in terms of the report that I have proffered to you. And I think it's actually been a very good discussion this morning for, firstly, what is the context of a complaint under a code of conduct? And essentially, it is a behavioural test. It is not a legal test. And to be clear for the public, I'm not a lawyer. Had it been a legal test, I would not be sitting here personally and professionally. This is a behavioural test, number one. Number two, it's your code of conduct. So it is the council as a group or elected members as a group that have defined the behaviour that is acceptable. And I guess the third point I would make is that the code is clear in my mind that you hold yourselves responsible for a level of behaviour that, if you will, is greater than that expected of the person in the street. You have imposed this behaviour on yourselves, quite appropriately. It's in the governance statement. You adopted it at the start of the triennium. So as you've discussed with Jonathan Salter, this is actually about you folk deciding on matters for yourselves, which you have decided the parameters of what is acceptable or not. So my role is in effect working for you. You've asked me to look at the matters to try and decide what are the pertinent facts. And so consequently, the majority of my report is based on trying to ascertain those. So how have I gone about that? I mean, primarily it is basically through interview. It's also about looking clearly at what has both been the public video of the situation as well as also the security video that was made available to me. It's also meant that I have had to also look at some websites or Facebook sites around communication. However, I think they provided me with enough evidence, along with my interviews of relevant people, to provide the report to you this morning. I think the other thing that I wanted to do was, in following up on my preliminary assessment, which was there was a breach, which then meant that my role was to try and work out what was the seriousness of that breach, that I try and give you a sense of what was in Councillor Skinner's mind, essentially in the hour in the lead up to the event when he pushed Ms. Smith. So the report shows something which I think Tim has admitted to or has acknowledged today, which was a level of single-mindedness and focus to get to the meeting. Regrettably, in my view, he let that cloud his judgment. He did receive an email, which he responded to from the Mayor, not to come to council and enter the building. He did receive, and he took the call from a staff member not to enter the building. He did come to the front door to find it blocked, but still chose to try and get in. Those, to me, are relatively important matters when you take into account not only the existence of the breach, but its seriousness. Then obviously turn my mind to the video. And it is clear to me on viewing that video, plus also looking at those which were posted in public media, that he did push Ms. Smith. It's fact. Discussed the actual events with Councillor Skinner, and he has agreed with me that he did push her. Obviously, the events then show that the police dealt with the matter. This is again where I want to refer to the start of my report, where I have indicated that the actions of and decision-making of the police about the legality of Councillor Skinner's actions, or indeed that of the Extinction Rebellion protester, are not part of this inquiry, because this is about the behaviour you have imposed upon yourselves and are committed to keeping. The complaint from the Mayor also, so at that point, I had reached the decision that there was a serious breach of your code. The Mayor also asked me to consider whether the code had been breached in relationship to the use by Councillor Skinner of social media. And again, I have outlined in my report a particular entry by Councillor Skinner on what I understand is called the Nelson app or Nelson Weekly app. This is the primary piece of social media that I have seen Councillor Skinner engage in. And I formed the view that it was unwise. It sought to limit, in my view, the nature of the event. Bearing in mind you're holding yourselves to a higher standard of behaviour than the average person on the street. I have not concluded that this is necessarily a breach of the code in terms of social media. I don't actually consider the code's quality in the area of social media up to scratch. But that is consistent, quite frankly, with the rest of the sector when it comes to the matter of social media. However, I leave it with you that my conclusion is clear that entry, I think on the 4th of April on the part of Councillor Skinner was unwise and inconsistent with the code. So that leaves me then with the task that you asked me, which was to consider what would be a penalty in light of any finding. So my finding again was a serious breach. The critical question was, what would I consider to be the penalty? I discussed this with, indeed, Pat and his team, because actually that is what you are convened today to decide. What is the penalty? So my role is advisory. And what I have sought to do was, if I was in your shoes, sitting around this council table as an elected member, what would be an appropriate, and I do like the word that I have heard today from both the Mayor and Jonathan, a proportionate response to the matter. So for clarity, section 13 of your code does set out 9 options of penalty. And I consider, in looking at those 9 options, that there are 4 that are relevant in this situation. So the thinking behind what I have recommended, which is an apology that is public to both the protester, Ms. Smith, and also to you as councillors, and the standing down for a round of meetings, is what I consider to be proportionate or commensurate with the matter. I come from the position that his actions have been public, including his unwise statements on the website. I think a proportionate response is that he publicly acknowledge that actually he has made a mistake, that actually he has pushed a member of the public, albeit she was a protester, and that he apologised to you because you hold and treasure the trust and confidence of the community, and his actions have not helped that. He can't take that action back, but he can apologise by recognising that it was wrong. And as I say, I think it should reflect as a public apology, and it means personal accountability. I think also the second penalty that I'm recommending about standing down recognises the consequences internally with you. He is a leader in your council as a chair. As a chair, he has let himself, I believe, down in the community. I think it appropriate that you consider a penalty, again, public, which would be that he stands down from that role of chair for 1 round. I understand that's 6 weeks. For 1 round as chair of his committee. I believe those 2 recommendations from me are commensurate or proportionate to the matter. I do note the other 2 that could be relevant, but I suggest to you that they are unnecessary. So, Jean, that is probably where I'd like to leave it at this stage. Clearly, I think there may be some questions, and I'm obviously very open to questions about my report.
Thank you very much for that. And yeah, thank you for actually not being at your meeting in Invercargill today. We're a little far away for you to jump straight there, so I do appreciate you prioritising this for us. Start with Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, through the chair. Kia ora, Bruce, thanks very much for that. I really appreciate you walking us through that. So I'm just looking, I'm not sure if you've seen the recommendations that we have in front of us, but they are based on your report. And I guess I'm curious about your feelings as to whether it's actually relevant for us as a group of elected members to be kind of judging Councillor Skinner for, I guess, social media posts where he was defending himself. I mean, I've read the whole report, and I'm sure that, it wouldn't take too much of a stretch of imagination to guess which members around the table might have been, he might have been referring to, but still, I'm not sure if I feel uncomfortable that we as elected members are kind of sitting in judgment of what he's kind of written, and in some cases what he thought was private on social media. And so I'm just wondering what your views on that are, and then I've got another question.
I think that's part of my reflection, Rachel, about the inadequacy of the code of conduct in terms of social media. I would challenge you in your view, though, about it being somewhat private or about individual members, because I'm conscious that he has, through that, stated something about the mayor. He chose to use a very visible site to register his views. These were not private communications, number one. Number two, I think it is relevant, again, I think Jonathan's taken you through it, as to why the code imposes upon you as a council the need to make a call.
Thanks, sorry. And I think I just, my understanding was that a member of the public had chosen to share something that he had sent as a private message. So I don't think he'd actually, that's beside the point. And then my next question is, sorry, I just have to get my screen up. You said in talking us through the report that you discussed with Pat and his team their view on the code of conduct and available consequences, and that this had informed your recommendation. And I'm just wanting to confirm that that's the case.
I didn't ask management what the penalty should be. I asked them about where they, was it definite that was in my terms of reference, I should be recommending what is the penalty. As I said at the start, it's a decision of council to decide what are those penalties from any of those 9. But in taking on the engagement, I checked, but also agreed that I would do what I've done here, which is to recommend a penalty which I think is commensurate with it. That was the nature of the discussion I had with Pat and his team, not what the penalty should be.
Okay, thanks. And I've just got a couple of quick questions, which are probably best directed to, I'm not sure, maybe the room. I'll ask them and you can decide. It's
okay. Yeah.
So
because it can't be to councillors.
No, so maybe it's more around the process.
Okay, thank you.
So if elected members decide to follow the recommendations, and Councillor Skinner was to step down for a cycle, I am assuming that one of the deputies would step into that role. Is that correct? And yeah, and then I've got one more question.
Yes, we had expected that if Councillor Skinner stepped down for a 6-week period, he would work with his deputies to work out how they would fill his role for that 6-week period between them.
So, okay, so one of them or both of them would be filling his role, and so then I guess would that mean that there would be some kind of temporary pay adjustment to acknowledge the work that they, I guess the responsibility that they would be taking for that period of time, and I guess also, yeah, a reflection of the change in role for Councillor Skinner. Yeah, thanks. What would happen there?
So we have asked this of the Remuneration Authority, what it would take to formally change pays. And typically for councillors on leave for 6 weeks or less, the Remuneration Authority is not interested, does not have a view. They consider that below their threshold. If we wanted to, we could start a process to formally change the pay rates, but to be honest, the amount of time and staff effort to do that would probably be more than the cost would be far more than the amount of money involved.
Thanks. So to clarify, that means that one of the deputies or both of them would step up into his role uncompensated for those 6 weeks, and Councillor Skinner would step down from chair's role for those 6 weeks and still remain on full chair's remuneration. Is that correct?
So we have discussed this with Councillor Skinner, and as he is indicated to the meeting, he accepts Mr. Robertson's report and the recommendations. And what he has suggested is that if he stepped down for the 6 weeks, he would be prepared to donate that difference between his honoraria and a councillor's honoraria to Habitat for Humanity. So that he would forego the difference in pay between a councillor and a chair for that 6 week period and donate that to Habitat for Humanity.
Okay, but that still doesn't recognise the deputies taking on that responsibility for 6 weeks without additional remuneration.
No, but that is not unusual. A chair can go on leave and the deputy steps up, and that's part of a development process as well.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bruce. Nice to see you. So, first clarification for me. Mr. Kennedy in public forum spoke very passionately. He said that in a statement that the police put out, they said that Councillor Skinner did not assault the woman concerned. He went on to say that the police also said that Councillor Skinner was innocent. I've read the police statement and I can find no sign of these claims. Did the police say these things?
The short answer, Matt, is that I did not interview the police over this matter. It wasn't relevant. My focus was on the code and what you would hold as being the right standard is to express, and I would be surprised if you were agreeing that pushing a member of the public was a standard you have agreed to.
Thank you. Well, let the record show that the police statement does not say that Councillor Skinner did not assault someone, and the police statement does not say that Councillor Skinner was innocent. I just need to make those points.
Okay, we'll move on. Have you got another question?
I do. So question number 2, through the chair. The Mayor talked about Councillor Skinner being honest, which was good to hear. But how would you describe the way Councillor Skinner repeatedly described what happened that morning outside Civic House in both the media and on social media? And I'll just add, because it didn't make your report, that in the first report that the Nelson Mail did, it reads, Skinner denied he had pushed the woman. He said he had gone to pull on the handle of the door and noticed the woman leaned forward and made a noise, at which point he realised that she was chained to the door. So how would you describe that statement, and how would you describe the subsequent statements that he made on social media in terms of accurately describing what happened on the day?
I think it's clear for Councillor Skinner, the matter that he felt challenged by was the description that he had shoulder charged her. To me, as I think I've indicated, that is somewhat of a moot point. The video shows clearly he pushed her. I agree with you that Councillor Skinner has focused on that issue of a shoulder charge rather than what I believe the video shows actually happened. And I have chosen to ignore those statements and focused on what was obvious from the video.
But do you consider, through the chair, do you consider those statements to be particularly honest?
In my experience, Matt, in dealing with these, we're dealing with people's recall and the way they choose to see a series of events. My role is to try and find out what actually happened. I'm glad to say I had a video to prove it.
Okay, thank you. Also, another question through the chair. You talked about Councillor Skinner's single-mindedness about getting to the meeting. What meeting?
I understand there was a meeting due for 9 o'clock. a council meeting, and as I've outlined in the report, related, well, one of the items was relating to community housing, which he was particularly concerned about.
Sure, through the chair. Was it, I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that meeting wasn't starting at 9 o'clock and that we had been told in an email and a phone call, emails and phone calls that council is going to receive, that was the case.
And he still had a desire to get to council. He had a view, and I think I expressed that in my report, that the matter would be cleared by the time he got there. So that was his reason to be trying to enter the building at 9.
So just so we're clear, through the chair, are we saying he was trying to get to a meeting at 9 o'clock that he knew wasn't starting at 9 o'clock?
Excuse me, Councillor Laurie, we just need to be careful that we're not, sorry, public forum. It's not actually a cross-examination. And so we are aware that there was a meeting that started and adjourned. And so we need to focus on the report. So if you could just...
No, I certainly don't mean to be
do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so just if you could not veer into cross-examination, please.
Apologies.
No, that's fine. I'm quite comfortable.
So through the chair, next question. The email that Councillor Skinner sent when he received an email saying that we were not to come down to Civic House. In that email, he wrote, "Are you serious? Maybe we should offer them some almond milk refreshments." What does that tell you about the attitude he brought to... No, I'm just asking a question.
Okay. Councillor Laurie. Yeah.
Well,
Bruce cannot speak to someone's state of mind or internal motivations on that.
No.
And that is actually not wholly relevant to the matter in front of us.
I'll re-angle the question. I'll re-angle the question through the chair. Did you consider the tone of that email at all?
Yes, I was fully aware of that email. And I worked through what was relevant in trying to establish Councillor Skinner's motivation on going to council regardless of the advice, which included that email that he responded to about with the comment about the almond milk. Just as I was concerned about his reaction to the telephone call that he received while he was cycling to council about 10 minutes before the supposed 9 o'clock meeting.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions through the chair. Really? Did you, when you considered, you recommended penalties, did you consider how other organisations might respond to this sort of behaviour? For example, if this was an MP or a teacher. And one of the reasons I ask it is because I've been thinking about our youth council, and if a youth councillor did what Councillor Skinner did, how we would respond to that action, that behaviour. So did you consider other organisations when you came up with your recommendation?
Yes, I did, Matt. My work elsewhere with other councillors or councils in dealing with code of conducts was what I called on in terms of trying to think of what was a proportionate and commensurate response to what I had established. Go back to the points I made. I felt like a visible act had occurred that was wrong in the eyes of the code. I think a visible apology and a standing down, which is public in its own right, is commensurate with that.
Last question you'll be pleased to hear, Madam Chair, for now anyway. I raised the issue with Mr. Salter of precedence and whether or not we should consider that at all. Now, in 2015, we had a Nelson City councillor stood down from a chairmanship, a chair role, after a majority of councillors decided that that gentleman had misled council on a matter. I think that's a comparable event to what we're considering here today. Did you consider that at all?
I think actually that's for you to make a decision on. I have looked at the event in terms of its own context and reflected on what I could establish by way of fact and observe, and have given you a recommendation. It's for you to decide whether that recommendation is commensurate or not with what you understand the situation to be.
Thank you very
in mind,
much.
I have established for you what happened.
Yeah,
Thank
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll also note that the code of conduct is different this term of council than it was in previous terms of council. So that also needs to be taken into consideration. Next on my list is Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Bruce, just a couple of questions have already been asked and answered, so I won't dwell on that. I'm just wondering, did you have a look at, or was your attention drawn to any other social media posts or electronic media other than the one that you referred to in the Nelson app?
That was the primary one that I could establish. I did and need to reflect, Councillor Skinner did show me his personal Facebook page and also his council Facebook page, which reflected a relatively low level of activity.
But you nothing was brought to your attention, any other, posts on any other Facebook posts or forums?
No, the one that was drawn to my attention was the one that I've observed here in my report.
Yeah, and I suppose, I'll just just on the matter of precedent then, how long have you been working in local government or involved in local government in your experience, just so we get an understanding of your experience in the
40 years this year.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Bruce. Did you speak to Ms. Smith in the compiling of this report?
No, I didn't. I chose not to, or did not see the direct relevance to either speaking to Ms. Smith or to Extinction Rebellion. The critical issue in terms of the complaint about Councillor Skinner was indeed the action of pushing Ms. Smith. The evidence that I saw by way of video was more than adequate for me to be able to conclude on the nature of the breach relevant to your code.
In your consideration of the recommendations, how did you sort of examine? You acknowledge in the report that there obviously was a breach of the code around public trust. How did you sort of evaluate the scale of that breach?
Well, I firstly indicated, by the way, that it was a serious breach. So my assessment is this is a serious breach. And I took into account two things which are inside my report. Firstly, obviously I wasn't convinced about his drive to get inside the meeting based on the evidence or the facts, both a request not to go in, a reminder not to go in, and then when he got to the council in Civic House, it was clear that it was blocked. So actually that confirmed the advice that he had received previously, don't go in. I also have taken into account that posting on the 4th of April, which I've said I consider unwise. So they are the primary basis on which I have assessed this as a serious breach. And consequently then, again, as we've discussed at some length, I've come back to think through what would be an appropriate level of penalty as a result, Brian.
I guess I'm thinking in terms of that response, did you sort of, was any of your thinking around how much that breach sort of undermined trust or the public impact of the actions?
No, I hear your point. Look, from my view, the actions, they weren't designed to, but the consequence of doing so is that it does undermine the trust of the public in council. Pushing, I'm about to say manhandling, that's probably the wrong word, but effectively pushing a member of the public was not envisaged by this code. I'm struggling to believe it could be.
In terms of, you mentioned it's a serious breach.
Yes.
obviously within that, there's then sort of those range of potential consequences. Is there sort of a scale of seriousness in your mind, and where does this sit on that scale?
I'm about to say it's a bit black and white. I mean, I've concluded it's serious. Essentially, you can see that I do have inherently behind this a scale in my mind. I mean, if at an extreme example, there are at least two other options, one of which actually is pretty significant in terms of removal of all responsibility and privileges and what have you. And I haven't gone there. I think this is repaired best in the way that I recommended, because it will be public and visible and clear.
Thanks. And then probably a couple of questions for the Chief Executive just around practicalities, I guess. If the recommendations were adopted as sort of stated, when would that 6-week period kick in?
So we are thinking immediately, the 6-week period would start immediately from the 2nd of July.
So, but that we've got a month-long break. Just in terms of the wording being a round of meetings versus 6 weeks versus, I'm just not sure that the resolution is clear on that.
Well, I expect that there'll be a chance for me to check the meeting dates, but I would presume that there is a meeting of the committee within that 6-week period. And although there is a gap in although there is a 2.5 to 3 week period when there are no council meetings, I don't think that was envisaged that councillors' responsibilities would cease for that period, that there would still be ample work for the two deputy chairs to be engaging with the community on lots of issues and a meeting to chair. So we were simply trying to provide some certainty. So I think that must be the from the Monday, 2nd of July, and yes, there's a 5th of August committee meeting that would be within that range.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Look, quite a lot of my questions have already been asked, but I think it's really great to have you here at the table. I just wanted to clarify. So Councillor Laurie asked a few questions around sort of what was in Councillor Skinner's head at the time, and you started off saying you were trying to share that with us. And in terms of his choice to continue to come to council, even though he'd been told to stay away, as well as the almond milk email, did you look at the video footage where he talks about the almond milk issue? Did you consider his words spoken in response to the protesters as well?
Sorry, I hadn't seen a video if he had spoken about the almond milk. Did you say there was a video?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen that. Can I stress again that the issue was in trying to enter the building and with the allegation that he pushed Miss Smith, had he breached the code? That is what I've focused on. I have said that in fairness to Councillor Skinner, I tried to understand what was in his mind. Why would a councillor push a member of the public? Hence, I outlined the issues in that hour prior to that matter. Also, I have looked at what was, as far as I could establish, the key video evidence, sorry, not video, the key posting evidence about some of his actions after the event, which again, as I said, go back to saying has been unwise. That's the basis on which I've formed this report and view.
So you didn't actually watch the video, which is on Stuff, where he talks about why he's objecting to the protesters being there?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I guess I'm a little concerned about that, because if you're trying to understand what was in his mind, then it's quite clear what was in his mind when you hear his words, and he had a pretty big issue with the protesters. So I guess I'm concerned that I understand he had an urgency about what was on the agenda, but there was also an indication that he had an issue with the protest taking place and didn't necessarily respect the protest taking place. So why has that not been reflected in the report?
Look, I had to make a careful check on what was appropriate to report on. I was well aware of the almond milk email. Okay, it had been made available to me.
It's actually not funny. The almond milk jokes have been going on for a number of years, so it's not funny in any way. The almond milk is a really serious issue, so please don't smile about it.
Excuse me.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Disorder. I think we need to give Councillor Skinner a fair go here this morning. I'm finding it extremely difficult to remain impartial with this constant chatter from the public gallery.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll reiterate. Point of disorder, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So I am going to ask the public forum again, because it is hard for us to hear the answers from Bruce if there is talk, and it is critical for us to be able to hear his answers before going into debate. So as Councillor Rainey said, for Councillor Skinner's sake, we actually need to be able to do this process as orderly as possible. And so I really need to be able to hear Bruce's responses. We also need to respect the questions from the councillors. Thank you.
Can I just go back to your question, please, Kate? I think it's important. What I've tried to say is that I have a brief which is to look at this particular event.
Yeah.
Jonathan Salter also indicated that actually you've got to be careful about how far you go. The views of Councillor Skinner, whether they are for or against Extinction Rebellion, I don't believe come into this matter. He may have revealed that through that email. The critical point was he wasn't trying to get through because of Extinction Rebellion and his disrespect for it. He wanted to get to a supposed meeting. And he had plenty of opportunity not to do that because he'd been warned not to. Whether he did or didn't view Extinction Rebellion as a valid cause or their actions were justified, I don't believe in terms of this inquiry is relevant.
Okay. So I guess my next question would be then, if he respected the cause, would the situation have been avoided? Would it have not occurred? Because I guess to me it is relevant in terms of his decision to keep coming, because there was a lack of respect of the protest taking place. And I think that is important, because I think this would have been, if it had been a different protest group, which he agreed with, it would never have occurred. So I'm curious how you can say, and you started off at the start saying, I want to try and explain what was on his mind. I understand there was an important agenda item on his mind, but we had been very clearly told we would Zoom, and then we would adjourn, and then we would all come to work at 10 a.m. or whenever. So it was a very clear, it wasn't that we were going to have the entire meeting via Zoom, that we were to come to work once the doors were unlocked. We were also very clearly told that there was a health and safety and fire issue. We could not get into the building, we could not get out of the building because people were chained to it. So he knew
Councillor
those
Fulton,
things.
you need to be careful not to go into debate.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why you think that part of what was on his mind is not relevant, whereas the part around getting to work, to be at work, is relevant.
I have to be careful in terms of actually the full events as I described them. So look, I'm acknowledging to you, I did see the almond milk one. I may or may not choose to take something about his views towards Extinction Rebellion out of that.
Mm-hmm.
The critical situation was that the email was not a warning, it was a request, don't come in. I wanted to establish to the best ability I could, why would you still attempt to come in? At that point, his view was it would be cleared up by the time of the planned meeting at 9. So whether or not he did or didn't disagree with Extinction Rebellion was not, I believe, and I would want to counsel you, germane, to this. What is germane is that he let his judgment lapse and he tried to enter the building. The fact that it was Extinction Rebellion and whatever his views might be towards it, I don't believe is relevant. And I think it's speculative if you think about a penalty because it was Extinction Rebellion that he pushed around, when you might feel if it was a different protest group, he wouldn't have done that. That's too speculative.
Okay, so I just want to be really clear that you don't believe that he lost his sense of judgment because he didn't respect the cause. So you don't think there's any link towards the fact that his loss of sense of judgment was due to perhaps his indignation around the protest taking place?
There is a limit to which I can understand what's inside a person's mind.
Yeah.
So consequently, I was trying to establish what was in his mind that would cause him to override obvious communication and obvious evidence in front of him when he reached Civic House. His explanation to me, which I have accepted, was the community house matter that was on the agenda and his desire to be there.
Because that's what he's... Okay, thank you. I have two more questions around the wording in your report. You say removal on page 44 of our agenda. You say Councillor Skinner holds a position of responsibility as chair, and it may warrant considering a penalty which asks him to stand aside, say, for one round of committee meetings. The word "say" to me sort of implies it's like, I'm curious how you landed with that number of rounds, especially following on from some of the other questions that it was a serious breach. How did you land with one round? And I guess the closest I have in terms of recent experience of this is we look at someone like David Clark, Minister of Health, who stepped aside permanently for a bike ride. Why would you not see this as, if it's a serious breach, is serious enough that he would step aside permanently?
I think this goes to you're testing the limit of my role in this matter. Because actually it's for you to determine whether one round was enough or not. I have, under the questioning from some of your colleagues, have tried to consider what it was. Now, if "say" was perhaps an odd use of the word, I am indicating, firstly, that I think a proportionate response is the public acknowledgement by council here that you recognise his leadership was deficient, and that it be for, in this case, and I do say, one meeting round. That's a highly public stepping down because you have breached the code seriously.
Last question through you as the chair. I just have a question it's on page 41 of our agenda, the comment on the Nelson app site. So the Mayor in her statement said that she felt that he'd always been highly respectful towards him. And yet the statement at the end, I guess, is perhaps why some people have felt that there wasn't an acknowledgement. So he says no shoulder charge or assault. Mayor again pandering to the minority extreme left again, and to make a political stance of leadership action. Do you see that as being disrespectful towards the Mayor?
I think I will stick with my words. It's unwise.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just struggling to reconcile.
Sorry, if I could add to that, Kate. That's part of the reason I say that he owes an apology to council.
Yeah.
Now, that includes the Mayor.
And do you see those words, minority extreme left, as perhaps a statement towards the protest group as well. I guess I'm just curious how, like, I'm really struggling with how the group itself has no relevance to his actions on the day.
Again, I would reflect our previous discussion about what is the extent to which we can establish what was or wasn't in Tim's mind.
Okay.
And coming back to the particular the event that I had been asked to investigate and which you are asked to opine on in terms of penalty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any further questions of Bruce? Any questions of Pat? Okay, so Bruce, thank you very much for your time this morning. Again, acknowledging that you are meant to be in Invercargill. Hope we haven't inconvenienced you too much, but we do certainly appreciate you prioritising this and for your work that's gone into the investigation. Councillors, I'm going to take we'll just make it a 7-minute. That will round it to 11:10 as per that clock adjournment, and then we'll come back for debate after that. Thank you. Okay, so I'll get the resolutions as per the report put up on the board.
I'd just like to indicate I'd like to move the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brand. Do we have a second?
I've seen it. I'm happy to second.
Okay. Okay, so and if councillors just like to take a moment to note the additional red wording, which are additions based on the comments that the CE provided. So I'll just give a moment for that. And it has been confirmed to me that there is workshops and a community and recreation meeting amongst other meetings and commitments within that period. Okay, does anyone else need any more time? Question, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
I'm just wondering if, for the sake of clarity, it should read 6 weeks instead of one round of committee meetings, because it's not a round of committee meetings.
Okay.
6 weeks.
Are the mover and seconder happy with that?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so before we go to debate, just following Jonathan Salter's advice, I'll just remind councillors, firstly, that this is not the forum for raising historic matters or ancillary matters to those in the report and the complaint, because we need to be very careful, in particular, as this may demonstrate a predetermination or bias on those councillors' behalves if they were to do so. I'm now also going to just do a circle around the room and have each councillor confirm that they are going to deal with today's matter with an open mind, and I will start with confirming that for myself, that I will undertake my obligation today with an open mind.
Yes, I take it forward with an open mind.
Yes, I have an open mind.
Yes, I do have an open mind.
Confirming that I have an open mind.
Confirming I have an open mind.
Confirming I will undertake my obligation today with an open mind.
Me too. Oh, sure, I have an open mind.
Yeah, confirming that I have an open mind on this matter.
I have an open mind on this matter.
Thank you. I too confirm I have an open mind on this matter.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm also just going to note that in according with the standing orders that we will have the time limit on the speaking for the debate, which is 5 minutes. So we'll just do the bell at 5 minutes. Just noting if we start getting into 10 minutes each, that's sort of 2 hours of debate, which does get a little long. So I'll give you just a moment while I speak to just consider, your time and what you feel is the key issues to make within that time. We're not going to do the 3-3. Everyone will get the opportunity to speak. So there will be no restriction in that regard. And just as per the standing orders, the mover has 10 minutes. So just noting that. Okay, I will now have, sorry, yes.
Could I make a suggested amendment at this point that I think would find favour with most councillors? Would that be all right? So in part A, Councillor Skinner provided a genuine and fulsome public apology to the protester and to his fellow elected members. I think that should include and council staff, because this incident has reverberated throughout this building and affected council work in terms of governance and operations. And I think it would be appropriate if they were included in the apology.
I'll check first with the mover and seconder.
I don't think councillor Skinner would have an issue with that. So from me, it's okay.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would like it to read effective from the 2nd of August because we do have 3 weeks off in July.
I'm not acceptable to that.
Okay. Okay, so we have 3A has been amended. Okay, so councillors, if you'd like to put your hand up if you would like to debate the motion, which has been moved and seconded. No one wants to? No one has put their hand up. So, yep.
I'm requesting that I'd like to go at the end rather than, so if nobody else wants to speak.
There's a couple.
No, I would like to go as a seconder. I'd like to reserve my right to speak near the end.
Okay. Are there any councillors who would like to speak for or against the resolutions? Sorry, Councillor McGurk, thank you.
Well, someone has to start, I suppose. Yeah, this is a very invidious position to be in, and I'd rather I wasn't here having to make this decision, but here we are. And we've been asked to make a number of decisions here today. One is to accept the report from the independent investigator, agree with the findings and endorse the recommended sanctions with those amendments, but are based on those of the independent investigator. I am going to speak in support of the recommendations, though we might have a view about individual aspects, and I've listened to the debate and some of the commentary in the public forum today, but we've really got off track. This one here is the matter before us is on a laser point. It is a complaint about the code of conduct about a elected member outside this building and nothing more. And I've heard about all these ancillary issues. They have to be put to one side and out of my mind. The independent investigator has upheld the complaint of the code of conduct, and that is the matter that I'll decide on today. I may have a view about the sanctions, but Mr. Robinson is a very experienced around local government, is very experienced in terms of dealing with our audit functions, and has dealt with probably similar issues in other councils. So I come with the proportionate, I will bow to his advice. I will acknowledge his advice. If he thinks this is a reasonable and proportionate sanction to the findings that he has made, I am prepared to accept those. And I would urge other members to do it as well. Maybe think could be more or less, but it's not. If you look at a appeal, is it outside the realms of unreasonableness? Does it seem overly lenient or overly harsh? Probably not. So for that reason, I'm not persuaded to alter or recommend any changes to these sections. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Corton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a very difficult situation we've been put in, and it seems to have happened under the Code of Conduct. I think sitting in judgment on our colleagues is an unenviable task. It really and truly is, and I feel most uncomfortable having to be involved in this for a whole host of reasons. I will support what's up there because I know it is the correct thing to do. But I come from a world where you give people a second chance, and I wonder about the penalties there. I really do. I question those. But I think the majority around the room will probably concur with what's up there as our motion with those amendments. So Councillor Skinner made mistakes, and he's admitted them time and time again. And I do like Councillor Orey's suggestion that we include in there the staff as well. I think that's a very thoughtful thing to do, and they have been impacted as well by this, placing extra work, extra demand on them and interfering with their workload. So I'm happy to support that. I feel that Councillor Skinner will be happy and reasonably find that reasonable too. I really do. So I'm indicating now that I will support what's on the board, but and believing that everyone deserves a second chance.
Thank you. Do I have any further councillors before I go to these? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've reflected on how we got here and how this could have all been avoided. And in my opinion, the way it could have been avoided is if Councillor Skinner had picked up the phone after the incident, called the Nelson Mail, called the Nelson Weekly, and made a fulsome, heartfelt public apology. I think this whole thing might have just gone away if Councillor Skinner had done that. If Councillor Skinner had had the empathy to do that. But he didn't. He chose not to. And so we've had this long, strung out issue which has sown a considerable amount of ill will in the community. It's sown ill will around this table. And I just think the whole thing could have been avoided. We've focused on this issue of what happened outside Civic House. Clearly, that was a mistake. But there was a whole series of mistakes here. It wasn't just one or two. It was quite a spectacular series of mistakes. Councillor Skinner ignored instructions to come to Civic House. He then used physical force against a 70-year-old woman in a manner that showed complete disregard for her safety. And for the guys behind me, I'd just say, imagine if that had been your mum. Imagine if it had been your sister. Imagine if it had been your daughter. Councillor Skinner made another mistake when he denied pushing the woman to the Nelson Mail. He then went on to social media, making more mistakes, and sought to underplay what had happened. And I believe that as he did that, he showed further disrespect for the woman who was the victim of his use of physical force. He then went on to social media, slagged off other councillors, and slagged off the mayor. He showed, and I was watching carefully because I kept hoping to see it, he showed no contrition and no empathy publicly until he learnt that the video was going to be released. When you consider that Councillor Skinner is the only elected representative in Nelson in living memory to have done something that has led to the issuing of a formal police warning, you have to consider this stuff very, very seriously. And I like Bruce Robertson. He comes across extremely well, and his report was very detailed. But I struggle to think that what's on the screen right now actually reflects the seriousness of what has happened. But I also want us to move on. So I will speak in favour of what I see on the screen, even though it troubles me. I am concerned about not making a stronger stand on this issue. I'm concerned about what that signals, what message that sends. I think about, like I said, young people, and I think about other organisations of similar size. Would they be actually giving someone a penalty that I think is comparatively light? I don't know if they would, but we are where we are. So that's what I really want to say about it. I'm very disappointed that this has all happened. I hope that we learn from it, and I hope Councillor Skinner learns from it too.
Thank you. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, like others around the table, are regretful that we're having to be here today considering this matter. I also echo the words from some of my colleagues regarding whether this kind of action had taken place in a school or in a business. Would that person have survived that kind of action, and I don't think that necessarily would be the case. So it is an incredibly serious matter. I also reflect on the fact that we're here because the Mayor brought code of conduct proceedings against Councillor Skinner. She didn't have to do that. She could have just had a reshuffle and decided to replace him as chair and put that up as a point of consideration for all of us around the table, which is indeed something that's happened previously in this term. She hasn't chosen to do that. She's chosen to, in some respects, step aside and let us make the decision regards the code of conduct proceedings. I don't necessarily think that was the right way of doing things, and on reflection, it's something that will have some ramifications, I think. Anyway, I, like others around the table, have thought about this really deeply and feel that we just need to move on, get on with things. We can try and finesse all sorts of changes to the recommendations that are there, but it's really not going to make much difference. So I will be supporting what's there.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, similar sentiments to what's already been echoed, that this is not a position I think any of us want to be in. And acknowledging that, as Mr. Robertson said, this was a serious breach of the code, and that does have implications for public trust in elected members, and that's something that I think any consequences need to reconcile with and work to rebuild. And I'm in the same spirit of moving forward, happy to support or willing to support what is up there. I think that we need to acknowledge that whether or not we like it, the protester had a right to be there and had a right to be safe, whether or not you like it. And I want to acknowledge that harm that was caused, and I do hope that we can move forward from it and we can rebuild that trust. I want to acknowledge that this has been a long and drawn out process, and that has had impacts throughout this organisation and on Councillor Skinner. It's clearly not a very pleasant thing to be held under intense media scrutiny for an extended period of time. And so I hope that this can be resolved through this resolution. As Mr. Robertson's report states, we can consider that, we can consider this and say, and look at it, has this been effective? Has this remedied the breach? And we'll be looking at that, I suppose, in the back of our minds as this goes forward. And I do hope that this can be provide closure to everyone involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. We do represent a community when we sit around this table, and we all come from different parts of that community. We all acknowledge the passions that some members of that community have, and someone in this community who had a passion for a cause has been involved with the situation. And the expectation is around apology, and the expectation for us is about being able to move forward from what has happened. I don't think anyone can come away from today and think that we haven't all been affected by what has happened, because as has been mentioned by all the others, there has been effects. And I acknowledge that although we all come from different parts of the community, we have given this considerable thought and the respect that it deserves, and we seem to be able to move forward from it. But I just want to be mindful of the fact that social media has played a huge part in this as well. And I mentioned this the other day in the LTP deliberation debate. We do tend to become quite brave behind words that can be put out there, and then they can't be taken back. We see that in school yards, children, the effects that the social media has. And here we are as adults seeing how the social media effect has hurt this process as well. So I think we're repairing it the best way that we can. I don't think that Councillor Skinner has had an easy few months. And I think that some people have been a little bit disappointing in their reactions to it, but I am very heartened by the way we have come together today and the way we seem to be able to move forward, which I'm very hopeful that we can move forward from this and be a better people around this table, because I think it's very important that we do. And I also think that just respect and being mindful is important to this process today. And I think we've all come to that today with the conclusion that we can be respectful and mindful of a situation which doesn't really have any winners from. But I think we've been really fair, and I'd like to acknowledge all that have been involved. And it's been hard on many people, some people in this room, some people in this building, and some people in the community. So thank you very much. Personally, thank you very much for everyone around this room for taking the understanding and the time to come to the conclusion we are going to be voting on, and I am in support.
Thank you. Do we have any further? Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be voting in support of this recommendation today, and I just wanted to touch on why apologies are important. And I think Councillor Laurie's highlighted that a little bit already. Apologies are really important because they dissipate anger, and they create empathy, and they create connection back between people. Apologies are important because they show a genuine humility, and they take the ego out of the room. I had a brief conversation with Councillor Skinner yesterday about the importance of apologising, and we talked about it a few weeks ago at a Mayors and Chairs meeting as well. And I think for me that's been hopefully Councillor Skinner's journey in understanding why apologies are so important. And I really hope that with this recommendation that he takes the time to ensure that his apology is sincere and heartfelt, and is able to reflect on the part he played in the actions of the day. The actions of the day is, in terms of his part, is why we're here today. And I think it has been a huge journey for him to go through. If I put myself in his shoes, I can't imagine how humiliating and distressing it would be to have gone through this for so many weeks and months. And if I put myself in his shoes, then I would hope that I would receive compassion and kindness, and understanding that because you've done something wrong, you can't change that, but you can address it through your apology and through being accountable. I think there is an important part of a genuine apology in terms of showing accountability, and I'm sure Tim will find some ways of doing that, of hopefully reflecting on how he engages with other councillors into the future, and really thinking about how we build bridges rather than create disconnection. I'm a little concerned about the 2nd of July. I feel like it's not a full round, but I will let that go, and in the essence of moving forward. I also think it's really honourable that he's prepared to donate the difference in his honoraria to a charity, and I think Habitat for Humanity is a good cause for him to donate to, because I know he really believes in building affordable houses. So that's a really important charity for him to make that donation to. So I think that gesture reassures me. We know that already, and it reassures me that he's genuine in his desire to word things differently into the future. I'm going to finish by saying, when I sent Councillor Skinner an email last night talking about compassion and apologising. I walked into the room with a really open heart towards him and his experience. And the public gallery today has really spoiled that for me. It's not okay to heckle us, and it's not okay to talk about protest groups as being militant when we know they're non-violent. So I think it's really important to reflect on when you're trying to show solidarity towards someone you like, that you can do that in a way which is showing goodwill as well, and showing care and kindness. We don't agree on everything, but we can show care and kindness towards each other, and we can definitely work to reach consensus. So yes, I'm going to vote in support of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fulton. Any other councillors wish to speak? Okay, so I'll have a few words myself. They'll be fairly brief. I have focused today mainly on chairing the meeting, not on necessarily thinking about what I was going to say. But I think, like everyone else in this room, as well as Councillor Skinner and the Mayor, I'm disappointed to be here having to consider this matter. And I think we've all learnt about both the impacts and the ripple effects of our behaviour, be it physical, verbal or written. And it does impact us in the room, it does impact our community, but it's a lesson that I think we all need to learn. It's not just Councillor Skinner's lesson, and I think it's a lesson that society also needs to always take on board, of just the impacts and the consequences of our actions. But we also make mistakes because, well, me alone, I'm very deeply human and I make mistakes too. And I would hate to have gone through the process Councillor Skinner has gone through, and I feel deeply for his family, so I want to acknowledge them here today. It's very good to see you here today, because I would hate to have gone through that process myself. So I thank Bruce for the work he has put in for council. I know it has felt very long and drawn out. Some of these things are a little hard to rush any further, but I'm glad we are here today. I'm glad we can draw it to a close. I am glad that we can all move on together, and I appreciate the collegiality I'm hearing around the room today. Thank you. I will now go to the seconder, who is Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is what can happen if we have a lapse of judgment. It's pretty harsh. But here we are. We have to do what we have to do. We've been told that that this is a behavioural test. It is our code of conduct. And it's clear that we have a higher standard to uphold than the general public, as we should. We've also heard that we probably need to review our code of conduct for a couple of reasons. One of those, in my mind, is that we did not contemplate this sort of situation happening when we wrote our code of conduct. It's nothing that's happened before, it's a first. So we're venturing into something slightly different here. And the second part is I'd like to pick up on Councillor Bowater's comment about social media. And Mr. Robertson suggests that we have a look at that section of our code as well. I am very disappointed. I can't go on social media now. I find that some of the things that are put on councillors' Facebook pages and social media are abhorrent to me. When they leave comments about colleagues sitting on their Facebook pages, I don't think that fits our code. I think we actually, as I said the other day, we should be working together. Public expect us to uphold our pledge. And that means that we actually have to let some of what we want go. We can put up a fight. I'm not saying we can't. And we do. I think we do. But in the end, if you don't win your argument, you have to accept the whole argument, the argument that's won at the table. And I think our role is to fight for what the public tell us individually, because we all relate to different people in the community. And I think that is the strength of this council, but it's lost many times because we get a bit embedded in it. But I think if we can actually, every person here has been put here by, I don't know, at least 7,000 people to get to this table. So we do represent a community, and we all represent different parts of the community. So I would like to think that out of this, we can actually recognise that each person has a value, and it might be a different value from another, but that makes it stronger. So why don't we pick that up and actually use it as a team? I would also like to say that for me, the important part, and it's not showing there, it's the fourth resolution, which I presume is still sitting there, and maybe we can bring that up. There we go. So it notes that, subject to Councillor Skinner complying with the penalties imposed, this will be the full and final resolution of this Code of Conduct matter. For me, that is the most important part. It is the drawing the line underneath this event. And I do acknowledge Tim's family. I can't imagine what it's been like for them. It's been hard for Councillor Skinner, but you know, he has to go home and get the support of his family, and I'm sure that's been difficult for them. So the fourth resolution for me, I'm really looking forward to us taking that on, draw the line underneath and move on. So I support.
Thank you very much. I'll go to the mover for right of reply.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm sort of just putting all my thoughts together after hearing everybody's debate. So there's some things I'm just sort of floating as I process that into my debate. But I'm just going to come back to what I sort of started out with and the things that I have in front of me and where I sort of had to put my focus. And that's on what was said by the person in our Zoom and also with Mr. Robinson. The action of the protester and Councillor Skinner of the event are not part of today's outcome. It's about a behaviour by councillors or the mayor based on our code of conduct. Social media, again, not wise, but concluded that this is not a breach of the code. And it was touched on just then by a couple of other people, and I'll just go straight to Councillor Newton because she just finished, that the other social media posts aren't consistent with holding Councillor Skinner accountable for what was on his social media. There have been other social media posts by people in this room that I think are on par with what was raised by Mr. Robinson in his report about the social media. So I agree with and totally accept the outcome of Bruce Robinson's report by saying, while it was not wise, it is not a breach. So I think maybe we should all reflect on that, about what is on our social media and how we manage that, and when other people may hijack our social media and turn it into something else, because that's something that should be in our code of conduct, and we should be holding ourselves accountable for that, because as it was said, we hold ourselves to a higher accountability than the public. So then I look at the penalties with a breach and what level is the correct proportion to be applied. And then Bruce talked about the 9 options and he felt 4 were relevant. So I've taken those into account, and also what that means onto the public. I took into account what the Mayor's statement was and what Councillor Skinner's statement was, as well as other people that have made theirs. No, it's not a happy place to be, and nobody wants to be in this position. However, on many boards and many governance groups, they have their own code of conduct, and it's for the exact purpose of why we're here, and that is part of our delegation and our responsibility. So we do need to, when the time arises, make that decision, even though we hope and we wish that that never arises. So I then come back to Councillor Courtney's comment about give people a second chance, Councillor Egar's comment, we're all human, and Councillor Fulton's comments about the importance of a genuine apology. Now, I've sort of weighed up and I looked at page 41 of this report, and that's where it was acknowledged that Councillor Skinner has tried to apologise to the protester, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Now, for me, a genuine apology it needs to be accepted also on the grounds of how it was given. Now, whether it was true or not for me to say, but when a person, and I have had this put to me before, when a person is asked to accept an apology under conditions that generally compromises a person's integrity, then that is not a person who is open or deserving of an apology. So therefore, while it says up here that Councillor Skinner should apologise to the protesters, I will put that is in the public apology as overall, and not to, again, try to engage one-on-one with that person. The code of conduct is not the same as a criminal case. That is what has been put before us. It's a behaviour manual, and it is set by council, and it's political in nature. Absolutely, totally agree with that. So therefore, while the events that unfolded is unfortunate, and people raised about the email telling us not to come to council. So now I will confess, I didn't read my email. I was too busy getting ready in the morning to come to council. I didn't answer my phone call. I had 2 missed calls from the governance advisors telling me not to come to council. And it was just by a sheer fact that I put my hand in my pocket and actually felt my phone vibrate that I actually checked when I was halfway here and got the message, don't come in, we've sent an email, there's protesters, you won't be able to access the building. I said, oh, okay, sweet, give me a chance, I've got to walk back home. So I was almost here myself. So while people say he responded to the email, that he made a comment to the email, I'm also aware from personal experience where I have sent emails that I've had replies to emails. And then when I've talked to that person, whether it be the mayor or the councillors in this room or other people, they haven't actually read or taken notice of what is in my email, and yet they had replied to it. So I acknowledge that while things may be taken into account of being email was sent, phone calls were made, they were answered and they were replied to, that sometimes that's not in genuine context. So it makes me think about the level of service and proportionality. You can't take an action back, yet you can take ownership of the behaviour going forward. And there are many situations where things and others' behaviours are beyond our control. Yet we can control how we react in those situations. And I'm sure we've all had moments where we've let ourselves down and have asked ourselves to get forgiveness from others, as well as needing to forgive ourselves so that we can learn from that and move forward. And I believe this is one of those occasions. So we need to take accountability of our own behaviour. Hold yourself to a higher account. Think about what it is that we need to do to mitigate what has happened. So that takes me back to a previous hat I had, where I worked and volunteered in an area where this type of behaviour was at the forefront of how people interacted with others. And part of finding ways forward about safety for others and also their mental health and well-being. So to start off with, you have to acknowledge one's own behaviour and not get into victim blaming. You need to take account for one's own behaviour and actions and how that impacts on others. And then you have to make amends so you can build that trust and reconnect with those people so they can have trust in you, but also create a level of forgiveness. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetfulness, and that's quite different. But you also need to hold and forgive yourself. So I've had many conversations with Councillor Skinner, and I feel and believe that Councillor Skinner is genuinely accepting of his actions of the day, and they were not the best, and has reflected and accepted he needs to do better going forward. I believe, and I can trust Councillor Skinner, that he can and will do better. I also believe and have faith in Councillor Skinner that he will regain the trust from the members of the community that have been slightly swayed by this. So therefore, I have absolutely no doubt that the recommendations up here do meet the proportionality. I feel that the time frame needs to also take into account time past. And I heard others mention about the impact that it has had on himself, on his family, and on the public, as well as us here in this council building. So therefore, I do feel that the time frame as stipulated up there meets the need for that and we can move forward. So I just also like to hope that we never find ourselves in this situation again. And I also feel that we do need to look at the review of our code of conduct so that we can also address the means of the words and the way that actions that people have been venting through social media. I felt a lot of this has been taken further than it is needed because people have fed and also then wound up other people who weren't part of the incident, and therefore it creates, and it is a legal term, mobbing, bullying behaviour. And I have to say that this council, I feel that this has actually crept in when we have not reached the outcome of the debate or the position that we have taken at this table. So Councillor Skinner in the report talked about why he was determined to come to council, and he said it was about the housing because that was on his mind. Whether that you accept that or not, that's up to you. But I have complete faith and trust in Councillor Skinner to do his job and do it well and represent the community and the public with true integrity and honesty. So therefore, I accept this recommendation, put it forward, and hope this is the end of the matter.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to put the resolutions. Okay, all in favour? Aye. Against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. I'm just going to have a brief adjournment just for a couple of minutes. Thank you. the meeting. And I'm going to invite Councillor Skinner back into the meeting, and Councillor Skinner would like to deliver his apology.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the time that's been spent on this. I'm sorry for what I've done. I pushed a member of the public, Anne Smith, in a private message on social media, later made public. I made negative comments about the Mayor's reasons for initiating a code of conduct against me. It was not all right for me to push Anne Smith, and I take responsibility for that action. That action was wrong, and I'll let myself, my family, the council staff, and the public down. As I mentioned before, I hope Anne Smith is well and never wished her any humiliation or harm, and I still embrace the opportunity to meet with her again and genuinely and compassionately express my accountability. I should not have criticised the Mayor's reasons for initiating the Code of Conduct process. That was unfair and disrespectful. What I did was not okay. I'm sorry that I did it, and take responsibility for the consequence of my actions and accept that I breached the code. I've learned a lot about myself and I've learned a lot about others. It has, like many things when you go through life, this has definitely made me reflect and reassess my approach to everyday situations and interactions, big or small. And I guess it's easy to take those out of take those out of context on size and when there's more important things in life to be considered. I've learned a lot about myself and others. It has made me, I hope that councillors who are angry with me in this instance will find a place in their heart to forgive me, and we can reconcile our differences to build good working relationships with each other for the benefit of our community. And lastly, as I continue to take learnings from these actions, I hope to continue to build bridges, not barriers, to ensure the well-being of all who live in Nelson. And Nelson is a brilliant place to be and a brilliant community to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. I'm now going to adjourn the meeting for lunch, and we will reconvene the meeting at 2:45. Is 2:45? We can go to Ruma Waimarama, so we'll reconvene the meeting at 1:45. Thank you very much, councillors. go to the confidential agenda and deal with the report, deal with all of the confidential agenda items. Okay, do I have a mover for us to go? Move Councillor Brand, second Councillor Courtney. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. I'll just wait a moment to enable everything to be switched over. Okay, so we're reconvening, well, not reconvening, we've moved back into open for our ordinary meeting. We have on page 4 recommendations from committees, and I will start with going to you, Councillor McGurk.
Yes. Recommendation from the Regional Transport Committee that the council approves the Nelson Regional Public Transport Plan 21 to 31 for submission to Waka Kotahi prior to July.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor McGurk and seconded by Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. Are there any questions on that? Councillor O'Neill.
Can we have a nutshell revision of what it was, please? Just the top points.
The public transport plan, it's a rather large document. Basically, the biggest change that would have been as a result of the LTP submissions and the when we put out the submission was bringing stage 2 of the plan regarding frequency and timing back to the earlier stage. Things like flat fares was another one, and a few other undertakings about proposed routes and so forth. But essentially the plan had to be lodged by Waka Kotahi by yesterday, but they've got to leave to do it by tomorrow. And we have received the plan, dealt with submissions, accepted it, and have submitted it. We'll just need council approval to do the last little, close that last little loop.
Yes, because this is, as Councillor McGurk said, just a loop because we have already adopted it as part of the LTP. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, any debate? Put the resolution. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. I go to the Mayor's report, page 103.
Can I just ask a question of clarification? Are we going to be going through all the remits now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the Mayor's discretionary fund, I will just have to take as read. I can't provide any answers on those. Same with the wine excise tax. Could councillors indicate in general, other than the remits, are there any questions on the Mayor's report that you would have, which means I need to leave this report to lie and deal with the remit matters only?
What's the page?
103. Because we will do the remits today, but we could come back to the rest of the report on Tuesday. Okay, so I'm going to go firstly to the remits. So just to clarify, you'll see in the resolution it says supports the proposed remits. The reason it's not a hard adoption is because, as we know ourselves, when a resolution goes up to a meeting, it can be amended. So the support that you give is, of course, if it turns into a negative or changes the intent, then if we indicated support towards it, then the person could not vote for it if it changed significantly or turned into a negative. But if a word or two is added or taken out and the intent is still absolutely there, then the person voting at the AGM, which is me, just out of interest, would still then vote for it. So just that clarification on that AGM process. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. So this is only the second time going through this remits process. So basically, we will be voting either in favour or against, depending how we feel on this. And then if you get a majority around the table who vote in favour, so we pass this recommendation, then when you go to the table, as long as the changes aren't material, you will be going, yes, Nelson City Council supports these.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to move these.
Excellent. So I'll take the report in parts. So that's moving resolution 2. Do I have a seconder? Second, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. Okay, do we have any questions? I'm happy to quickly run through them, but we have, I think, had a couple we have already previously supported, you will note. I don't think there were any remits in there. Certainly, I did not note any that went against anything our council has indicated through any strategy, policy or LTP. Would any councillors like any run through on any in particular out of those 10 remits? I think it was 10, wasn't it? 7. Oh, it just felt like 10. Yeah. Sorry. That was the Auckland one.
Yeah, I had real, Madam, through you, I had a real trying to understand what the issue was. Is it an Auckland centric issue?
Yeah, it seems to be that.
Bearing in mind that we've got our own urban plan here that, and then you've got the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity coming. And I do know, it's not just intensification, but I think the plantings they've got in Auckland are inappropriate. They're not Indigenous. It's altering the landscape. I'm just wondering, I'm open to supporting it, but I'd like to understand what on earth I am supporting. Or what.
My understanding of it would be is that, so even if the government were to restricted tree protection be repealed urgently, I don't think it necessarily means we have to apply those rules within the RMA, within the resource management plan. So, I mean, indeed, yeah.
I went through them all in quite some detail and I feel comfortable with them. I think I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions and that kind of thing. But yeah, thanks for this.
Yep. Is your concerns allayed at all?
It's a remit for the LGN conference. It's for debate and discussion.
Yep. Okay.
I'm quite happy to support the remits.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put resolution number 2. All those in favour? Against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. Can I just get a show of hands as to whether there would be any other questions on the Mayor's report? If there's not, then I'm going to put the receiving resolution. If there are, then I'll hold it over to Tuesday. So are there any further questions that anyone would want? No? Okay. Would someone like to move the receiving resolution? Move Councillor Sanson, second Councillor Courtney. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we have the status report on page 199. Okay, do we have any questions on the status report? Okay, do I have someone who'd like to move to receive the status report? Move Councillor Skinner, second Councillor Sanson. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, right, sorry. Thank you. I think we'll just do Tuia in just a second, but that does draw our meeting to a close. I'd like to thank everyone for a bit of good humour and some smiles and some good collegiality today. It was both a hard day, but both a good day because of the attitudes that everyone brought. And I just want to thank everyone for that. Yeah. Oh, yes. And I am adjourning the meeting, of course, because we have the NRDA item that we're doing on Tuesday. So we will not be doing Tuia because we do that at the close of the meeting. So I adjourn the meeting.
And I'd just like to say thanks to you, Jardine. You did a really awesome job today. It was a tough day and well done. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Thanks.
you for everyone's time and patience today. There were a lot of people in the audience, and I have said and I've passed on through that governance. Thank you for your kindness to those. Obviously, there's a range of people coming in, and treated them very